with that. Can I have that?
Shoot.
Can I write on it? No.
Here, you can write on mine, Justin. You can have mine.
She said yes.
Okay.
That's fine. Yeah. Thank you. What? I do not. Thank you, though. Yeah, I don't know what, I didn't really think about who's starting, but
Okay.
you have most stuff, so.
I do. So we have a lot of counters this evening, and a couple of them, when I get to the bottom, are a couple of MOUs that depend on dates on pre-planning. So maybe once I get to that point, we can have you counter the you said you were bringing
We do have
pre-planning
it, yeah.
tonight. Okay.
Mhm.
You can counter pre-planning, and then that can tell me if I need to adjust any dates or things of that nature. And just to give you a heads up, it's kind of the new induction program that we do right now and for new teachers, and then Beachside High School, planning opportunity for those teachers going to that school. Okay. All right. Away we go. So the very first one is I'm going to start with is vacancies and promotions. But just because this was one that we had talked about not having this in an MOU, but putting this in.
That's good. We're short one anyway.
Okay. Going ahead and putting this in the article as opposed to a memorandum of understanding. So just a quick reminder of what this is. This is the request that part-time instructional employees that are currently less than 60% may move from part-time status to full-time status without the benefit of a posting. Part-time instructional employee may only move to full-time status in the position they're currently in at the same school or department. And then once they move to full-time status, they're eligible for benefits, FRS, and all the rights and privileges of the school board in the negotiated agreement. So we had put that in an MOU, and then we had discussed kind of reopening this to put it actually into the contract. So, and again, that prevents, right now we have to post. Somebody goes from 40 to 60, we have to post the 20%. The employee has to apply for the 20%, then be interviewed. And so it just takes a lot of struggle when you have somebody already in the position that's willing to work more.
Nothing substantially different from the MOU.
It shouldn't be anything at all different
Okay,
from the
all right.
MOU. Kirsten?
Any questions?
You made a little change, what was it?
The original MOU language has separate provisions for academy and part of fill positions. And then the MOU we created had like a window of time where a percentage could move up. But since SJEA seemed amenable to it, we kind of just rolled it all into this as any.
Okay, rather than like a academy or critical shortage defining.
Some of the time.
Okay.
And obviously getting rid of the dates. Yeah.
Correct.
Good. No questions?
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. All right, let's talk money. Phyllis, we can go ahead and pull up the compensation article. Okay. So initially, when we passed across, we had passed across based upon a set amount for employees similar to last year. And then we listened to your counter and kind of how you were building the counter. And so we went back to the drawing board, and I'm hopeful that you will be more open and agree to this new proposal. So Phil, let's go ahead and go on down to what's going to be Correct. Thank you. Yep, you can keep going. Keep going. So A and B are the same. So we want to move the base salary from 45,535 to 47,500. Those teachers whose increase to 47,500 is not 2%, we want to give them at least up to 2%, and then move down. So then in thinking about your discussion about grandfathered teachers, so we don't want to use that language. We believe we want to bring this opportunity to all teachers, whether they're grandfathered or whether they've given up their grandfathered status and chosen to go to pay for performance. They still have that experience. And one of the things that you said was, if I need help, I ask somebody for assistance that's a veteran teacher. We have teachers who may have come to this district at a time when they couldn't go to grandfathered status, but they've still been with the district for over 10 years. So this is how we want to word it. Instructional personnel whose base salary is currently over 47,500 and did not receive a 2% increase as defined in B section will receive a set amount added to their base salary as defined as follows. Instructional personnel whose hire date into a regularly established position is prior to July 1 of 2002 and who have been continuously employed, this means no break in service, in a regularly established position with the school district, will receive a set amount of $2,500 added to their base salary. Instructional personnel whose date of hire into the St. Johns County School District is between July 1 of 2002 and June 30th of 2007, same rules, get $2,000 added to their base. Keep going, July 1, 2007 and 2012, we'll get $1,850, 2012 to 2017, $1,650, and then 2017 to June 30th of 2021, we'll get $1,500 added to their base salary. And then obviously the next bullet, number 6, is if you were just hired this year, your change is going to be based upon whatever we make to the placement schedule. Okay, because you haven't worked for us. So the placement schedule would have been in place July 1. You would have either gone to 47,500 or whatever that step is that equates to your step. Okay. Then in return, also, you're eligible for pay for performance. So grandfathered highly effective 684, pay for performance effective 685, pay for performance highly effective 923. So for those, you can go ahead and keep where you were, Philip. So go back up to the pay for performance, please. Pay for performance, there you go. So truly, for somebody who's been with this district for 20 years and is still grandfathered, they will receive over $3,100 in their base pay. If they have changed their pay for performance, then they're either going to get $2,500 and $685 or $2,500 and $923, depending upon what that is. So they can receive $3,100 or $3,400, depending upon where they are within their salary choice. Okay. Keep going, Phyllis. All right, and again, associate teachers will earn a base salary of $35,000. We again selected that because we feel like $30,000 to $47,000 is a very big difference, and so we want to make sure that we close that gap as well, since we closed the gap on step 0. Keep going. Keep going. So again, the placement schedule, I still have it struck through. We can't figure that out until we figure out what the salaries are going to be. So we make sure that there's no leapfrogging on the salary schedules. Because we put more money into all teachers, we left a 3% increase for master's, specialist, and PhD. So we left our original counter to you. Again, putting the additional funds that we had to put into the bucket towards all teachers as opposed to just master's, specialist, and PhD. Phyllis, you can continue to go down. Keep going. because all of those are the same. Keep going. Keep going. Yep, go ahead. Okay, the next, keep going to H. All right, the next thing we also would like to do is we would like to strike through this piece here. All retirees hired after June of 2010, we restricted how many steps they could get, and so they were placed on level 10. We'd like to strike through that. We know that we need teachers. We'd like to hire teachers. Some with experience would be great. Retirees would be great. So we say retirees hired after March 2nd of 2022 with verified work experience are eligible for placement up to the maximum level on the pay for performance-based salary placement schedule. So as of today, we know that's level 23. Current active instructional employees hired under the prior retiree language restricting salaries up to level 10 may be eligible for non-retroactive adjustment to their salary for the retiree verification of experience review memorandum of understanding included in this contract. So I'm going to provide you with an MOU once we get through this article that lets you know how anybody who is working for this district who believes that, so I was hired last year, I was a retiree, you put me on level 10, we're going to give them the steps that they can come to us and get adjusted so they receive their right step on the salary schedule.
Just to clarify, is that non-retroactive to like last year, but still including this year? Like, would it go
No,
back
it's going to
the-
start at the date that they turn everything into us that we need.
That part is not retroactive.
Correct. So they're still going to get the $2,500 or $2,000 or $1,500 or whatever that is. They're still going to get paid for performance if they worked for us last year. But their retroactive payment is just going to start once we have everything in hand and are ready to roll. Okay.
That's
And
similar to
we'll
what you did for
It's
SJEA.
exactly what we
Yeah.
did with the support staff, but I'll provide you with something in writing so that you can see and look at that on visual. We good? Can I move on, or do you want to ask a question?
No, I'm ready.
In Q, we added the language for the junior ROTC instructors, again, setting their salary according to their minimum instructor pay, and then adjusting it based upon compensation increases that they get through the school district, rather than providing them, if they're underpaid, a supplement every quarter. This, we believe, will help people earn their money as they, or receive their payment as they earn it, as opposed to receiving it quarterly after they earn it. Let me ask, Kristen, did you change anything from the MOU to what you put up here in the language? Okay.
Language to make it a little more interesting, versus when you have a new written at one time.
And then I did not change, I didn't change anything else after that. Do you want to ask me questions about this, or do you want me to give you the MOU for retirees?
I see any questions to start. Just so I'm 100% clear, a grandfathered person with 22 years would receive both the $2,500 and the grandfathered 684 pay?
Mhm.
Just checking.
Correct. Yes.
Got it.
Yes. Yes.
Total cost?
Yes, we're going to get to that. So,
That's my only question.
so do you want Gretchen to do the breakdown now and show you the total cost
Sure.
first? Okay, so Phyllis, you should have a file that's called breakdown on your computer. And I actually have.
First, because then they're not going to be paying attention to me.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
We don't have any candy, so.
Yeah, where's your candy at, Gretchen?
Can't focus.
Stand over here in case somebody starts giving me a problem. Isn't that what you do?
They would be Nigel if someone was trying to do it.
Okay, so the compensation package as it breaks down. Line 3, classroom teachers not at 47.5 yet. When we ran the numbers, it was 1,542. And that calculation comes up to $2,893,549. Classroom teachers not earning at least 2% of an increase, there are 107 of them. That cost comes at $54,679. Our non-classroom teachers who aren't at 47.5 yet, there is approximately 151 of them, coming in at a cost of $279,077. And on line 6, our non-classroom teachers not yet, it was processed at 2%, there was 19 of them, and that cost is $9,954. So that total subgroup of teachers in that top package is 1,819 employees, and that calculation comes into 3.2 million. I'm just going to not run through the numbers, but 3.2 million, of which we're
Hang on, Phyllis.
$897,198 from the state for the teacher salary increase allocation.
So can I jump in here?
Yes, please.
So as you can see, just one of the points that I want to make is 897,000 wouldn't have allowed us to do really anything. I mean, we would have taken that 45,535 and moved up just
$500.
minimally.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really would not have done.
Yep, we're aware.
I mean, the world kind of needs to hear that it would not have done what the goal is. So go ahead.
On line 9, when we costed out our pay for performance group of folks, it was 3,010, and that dollar figure comes in at $2,560,000, and that's with the grandfathered amount of $684, the effective teachers at $685, and the highly effective at $923. On line 11, we increased our associate teachers by $5,000. When we ran the numbers, we had 89 of them, so that cost comes in at $445,000. On line 13, our increase to our percentage teachers, there's 42 of them, and that price tag is $52,000. And when we look at the next group of numbers, lines 15 to 19, this is where we are looking at those employees, teachers who are over 20 plus years. We have 330 of them, and that line item is $2,500. So I'm a 20 plus year teacher, I get $2,500 times 330. That dollar amount comes in at $825,000. The next line, 15 through 20 year teachers, that increase would be $2,000 at 274 teachers, or a cost of $548,000. The next line, 10 to 14 years, that's $1,850 times 270 comes in at $499,500. For those folks that have been with us 5 to 9 years, the increase is $1,650. Multiplied by 264 gives you 435,600. And for our new employees, our new teachers, their base would be, or their increase would be 1,500 multiplied by 100 for 150,000. So with this group of folks right here, there's 1,238, and just these lines are going to subtotal is $2,458,100. When we talked about increasing our master's specialist and PhD amounts, the masters, if you'll remember, the current pay is $2,650. We increased it to $2,750 for an increase of $80. And when we multiply that times 734, it's $58,720. When we increase a specialist from $3,650 to $3,760, that's an increase of $110. Multiply that by 19, that's $2,090. And for the PhD, there were 12 folks, and that cost went from $4,650 or $4,650 to $4,790, or an increase of $140. And that totals $1,680. So we do have, when we run the numbers, 765 teachers who hold these specialties, and that would come in at roughly $62,490. When we talked about increasing supplements, we went from $196 to $250, and that came in right around $1 million. So our estimated total package comes in on line 29 at $9,814,850. And I know we were just running through some numbers like we talked about. So just for an example, if you wanted to go, you were a 20-year teacher, like we just talked about, and so you would receive the $2,500. If you were grandfathered in, you would receive the $684, and you would receive $3,184. If you were a 20-plus year teacher at $2,500, you would receive, plus if you were effective, that would be an increase of $685 or $3,185. Or if you were highly effective, between $2,500 plus the $923 or $3,423. Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, the 2%. So this would be on the second page, E.
Yes.
All right, so if they don't get 2%, so they're close to 47.5. They're 4,700, so they get like $900, right? They'll get 2% because what will they get? Walk me through it. 900,
Mhm.
940,
And I need to pull up my spreadsheet, but let me just double check.
and
on
then they
that,
get
Justin.
performance pay if they work here,
Correct.
if they have an evaluation. But ostensibly, these are inexperienced people. No,
They're inexperienced?
They're 9-year teachers.
they up to 9 years.
I think so.
I think
I'm at
that's the group we
10,
need to look at.
And
Yeah.
I'm under 47.5. So
Right.
I would get,
2%. You wouldn't get this. You wouldn't get this 1,500. You'd get 900.
But if she's highly effective, she'll also get $923 on top of that.
Right. Okay. That's the only thing that stands out.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, I have something on. Go ahead. Advanced degrees. Oh,
Since
wait.
this is based on hire date, if I were a teacher who came in more recently, but was given 10 years of experience, I would not receive
Correct.
that. Okay.
Correct. This is specifically for, so this is specifically for, we're not going to go back and look at, because we thought about that, because one of the comments that was made was, well, I look at grandfathered teachers for assistance. Well, you probably don't ask somebody if they're grandfathered. You probably know if somebody's been in your building for a long time, but you probably don't say, hey, Sally, are you grandfathered? You say, oh, you've been here a while. You don't know if she's really paid for performance or she's grandfathered. You just know she's been here a while. Or you know somebody that's been teaching for a long time who's new just because of the way that they, but really this is a retention item, because you specifically spoke about grandfathered, and grandfathered people are the people that have been in this district for the longest. You don't leave and come back and get to be grandfathered. So we took that and ran with it and did it based upon work in the St. Johns County School District. So let me give you an even bigger, this is date of hire. So if you're somebody who started out as a para for a couple of years first, and never quit, and then became a teacher, and you've been teaching all along, it's based upon your date of hire with this district. It's not just, well, you've got 10 years of experience and you've got, what I will tell you is if we turn around and do that, that's going to take a long time to try to figure that out. And we can do it. I'm not going to say nothing can be done, but
Yeah.
just know that if we have to look at specifically the date of hire into a teaching position, that's going to be a challenge.
Yeah. Why can't we just treat them like CV?
Treat who?
People like that.
People like what?
who are making more than five.
So I want to talk, let me,
Right,
let me,
right.
let me,
We're making
let me talk
more
to
than
Justin.
45, 535, but less than 47.5.
Just because it's just too many people coming at me, let me just,
I understand.
go ahead.
Could we treat them like C5 rather than separate them out? Because that would satisfy the law.
So give me the example again. Give me an example.
Someone who
Teacher.
makes 47,000
Mhm.
under, okay.
So what I
Somebody who
would,
makes 47,000 would get 940 plus their performance pay.
so I would say try to cost that out. You have this spreadsheet.
But I think that you'd
Try
have people in
to-
both of these groups,
No, you
in
wouldn't.
1B and C5.
No. Nope. Because what it says is, and did not receive a 2% increase as defined in B. So you don't get both. You get A, you get B, or you get C.
Yeah, I think it discriminates within the same classification. I think that's the only thing I'm seeing. We need to talk more about it,
Absolutely.
but
Because this then, okay, kind of to the question that was asked down there, this somewhat rewards the people who have brought in experience with the district because they obviously are up on the scale.
But you can have, so here's
So they
here's
would
the
be at
problem I
50.
see that we need to overcome. We have somebody with 8 years experience who
Mhm.
does not make 47.5.
Mhm.
Under this proposal, they're going to get 900 and something dollars plus a performance pay.
Correct.
If somebody was hired with a few years of experience
Mhm.
and came in, well, no, because that'd be the old entry schedule. I think ultimately it's going to leave some people behind. And I think we need to find a way to overcome that.
Okay.
And my initial reaction would be just to drop 1B and roll those people into the lowest group, which is 5.
Okay, so play with it
Yeah.
and cross it out and let us
Yeah.
know.
Masters plus 30. I saw you still had that struck out. I just want you to take this. This was correct me if I'm wrong. So the way I understand it, you referenced the document at negotiations, and then you emailed me the document, right?
Correct.
Yeah, that document was a newsletter, right?
Correct.
It was
So
a-
it's guidance
okay.
from
It
the
was guidance.
Department
It
of
was a newsletter.
Education. Yes.
Right. It was from a long time ago. It was from about 10 years ago.
Mhm.
This administrative code that I'm going to give you was updated in October. Okay. And I've highlighted, I'll just give you the whole paperclip.
Okay.
And you can have all those. But it has, the highlighted part is the part of that would justify being able to pay Masters plus 30. Maybe we may have to word it differently, but we have people in the group that have those qualifications.
But this is what tells you what you can get this, how you can get the certificate. Correct? But so here's the,
Let me pull mine out.
here's the problem with the language,
Yeah,
not this language, the
the
statute.
statute.
Okay.
1012.
The problem with this statute is there are tons of ways to get certified. There are many ways to get certified, right? I have a degree in business, but if I want to teach biology, I can go take a bunch of different biology courses, enough, 60 credit hours of biology courses, maybe not get a biology degree and teach biology and have certification. But I don't have the degree in the area. Still qualified with the state. That's what the problem is with this. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not saying that this isn't a way to get certification. What I'm saying is it doesn't meet the requirements of the statute, which specifically says the degree has to be in the area.
Yeah.
And I will tell you the other crazy thing, you're going to get me on my soapbox now, I'm sorry. You don't even have to be teaching it. That's the crazy thing. I mean, I'm not saying I agree with the statute, but the statute doesn't say anything about teaching it. So if your degree is in biology, you have certification in biology, and you're teaching PE, we have to give you the supplement. But we follow the law. I mean, I think anything that we have learned based upon what's going on in the legislature today is that, boy, we have got to follow the law. But I will read this.
Yeah.
I will read this. But I think that's kind of where you're coming from in here is there's different ways to get your certification without actually having to get the degree in the area. But let us look.
Correct.
I mean,
And
I'm
there's
always
in
open
particular
to-
to this best of our knowledge,
Mhm.
the best of our research, this affects about up to 5 people.
Mhm.
So
Right.
just for context here.
Sure.
All right. So under 2, that first sentence, the A, B, and C are met by these people the way as we understand it. Okay. But
Mhm.
under 2, look at the ORs, right? So if they have APA accredited or approved graduate training program in school psychology that
Mhm.
includes the following, and then A, B, and C are met,
Right.
then this is a degree from a specialist level program as noted in 2. So yes, I understand that there are two things converging here, an administrative code regarding certification and a law about advanced degrees. But what I'm suggesting is that this could be the justification that we can get those people the specialist pay.
Okay,
Okay,
yep,
thanks.
willing to discuss further for sure. I mean, we want to.
Yeah,
Certainly.
October, I didn't write it on there, but it was October of 2021 is when that code was updated.
Okay. Can you pass
No, we have,
The cost.
oh,
Yes.
Just a cost.
Sorry, we kind of got off.
And we had to listen to Gretchen.
Yes. So the only other thing I did want to say about the Master Specialist PhD is this does not just apply to, if you read the language in the contract, it doesn't just apply to those people receiving supplements. So we know,
Okay.
who is still with us from back in the day. So I'll pick on Sally.
oh, it's in their
Sally's not
salary.
here. Right,
Yeah,
so
I
if
got you.
Sally has a master's degree,
Mhm.
we know that, okay, because we know what she was paid back in the day.
Mhm.
And we'll go in and we will adjust her base salary by the difference in the supplemented amount, so
It's the
that we
right thing to
don't,
do. Thank you.
we don't, because, I mean, it took us so long to make sure everybody was paid the same. We don't want to mess that up.
That's a good thinking.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so I just
How many
wanted to say
people,
that for the-
curious, out of curiosity? Do you
Of
remember?
this
that were in that boat?
Of this 700, there's probably quite a few.
Quite a few.
Mhm. You know, I would,
It's the right thing to do.
it is. But but they are in that number. Okay. Where am I? MOU? MOU. Okay.
Related to retirees, I believe.
Yes. Okay, so again. 6, 7. I am going to defer to Kristen if you have questions that I cannot answer. Okay, so basically what we're going to do is for those retirees hired between June of 2010 and February of 2022. And the reason why we say that is because anybody hired in March, we're going to place them accordingly. Hopeful that obviously if this doesn't get ratified and we don't get finished, we'll keep moving the date along. But anybody hired from 2010 on, okay, if their salary has already been placed and they didn't get all of their verified years of experience, they will have a right to contact the HR department and provide their VOEs and allow us to reevaluate their experience. And it can be the instructional form that's found on the website, or it can certainly be an official letterhead signed by a previous supervisor. And they can submit that information to us by May 13th of 2022. We'd like them to obviously submit it sooner than later, because sooner than we can start getting them paid. What this doesn't mean is that if somebody comes next year, okay, and says, hey, either I didn't hear about this, or I didn't know about this, or it just took me a while, they can still always come. It's just it starts when they bring it to us. We don't go back the whole year and retro
Okay.
their payment.
Okay. So we want to make sure I understand this right. So we want to, in the contract, get rid of the 10-year limit. Okay. Which means that now the MOU is going to, that will maybe entice people to come out of retirement, right?
So no, so
And
the
this is for
language
people
in the
that we have.
contract, yeah,
I've got
the
it.
language in the contract will entice people to
Right.
come out of
And
retirement.
then the MOU
This-
is for people that we have
wanna
now
do
doing,
right.
that are in that boat that would be leapfrogged.
Yes,
Leapfrogged.
yes.
Okay.
We want to do right by them.
Got it. Okay.
For these extras. Okay. Did everybody get one? You did one? Okay. Okay, moving right along. Phyllis, we're going to do extra pay for extra duty. Article 17. So, all right. Kind of same conversation that we had at our prior meeting, and also kind of regarding masters. As you can see, we put almost $9 million into this package for teachers. All of it is recurring, meaning we are committing now to almost $9 million every year going forward, which does make us nervous, but it's the right thing to do. We are concerned about adding anything else recurring to the supplement package. So we did not agree to increase 260 or 270 or 280 moving forward. That doesn't mean that it won't happen. It doesn't mean you can't come back and negotiate it next year. It's just today. We do not feel comfortable adding anything additional to our bucket. We kept the one-time supplement at $500 in pay. However, we are offering to increase the $75,000 to $80,000. And the reason being is that we do know that we have one person out there right now that's waiting for their money because we've already spent $75,000. We'd like to pay them, and then it also gives the opportunity in case 9 more come forward with their information between now and the end of the school year.
Can I ask a question? So you only have one person right now that has not been paid yet?
Correct. That has submitted all of their
That has
information and qualifies.
Okay.
Qualifies, yes. Kind of hate for them to be sitting out there waiting.
Just curious.
Be that one person.
Where do I go next?
Okay, so we had agreed in M, I think we collectively agreed to go to $1 million for differentiated pay.
Correct?
We also agreed under the exceptional supplements to 165 and 1980. You agreed back to the 3,000 and the 1,600. We went through the supplement tables. If you'll go back to performance matters, School of G and TAC, we put in the value of what those would be, and then we have kind of the same language from the MOU down here about if there's additional trainer based upon the number of students, we'll make sure that we add the additional trainer. And just like if there's more than one coach, they get that full supplement. It's not split or broken up. So if you have over 1,000 students at a school and you get an additional trainer, let's use performance matters. They don't each get 250. They each get 500.
Say it again. Sorry.
That's okay. So just like with, like where the asterisk is, it says if the person coaches, boys and girls head wrestling, they get 2 supplements.
Right.
Okay. We're kind of using the same situation now. If you add another person, because they're over 1,000 students, we're not having them split the supplement. Each of these people are going to get the $500. So in performance matters, based upon the asterisk, an additional trainer can be added for schools with greater than 1,000 students. They'll both get $500.
Right.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm clarifying that.
Correct.
Yes.
You agree?
I do agree.
Okay.
As opposed to sometimes the SAC chair will split the duties and then they split the $980. This is different because we're telling you at this level of students, you can add another person and then they both get the whole amount.
Yes.
Okay.
That is what we intended.
Okay.
So that is what you're agreeing to.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay. So we are not agreeing to, I did a lot of research about the interscholastic kind of one coordinator. And we are not willing to agree to that today. And the reason why is because we have 7 middle school interscholastic coordinators, 7 K-8 interscholastic coordinators. That's $14,000 because we're taking the 784 and we're moving it up, right, to 250. So they're now each going to get $1,000. Their responsibilities include, they only play K-8 now. When we first put the interscholastic coordinator in, they played each other. Now middle school only plays middle school, K-8 only plays K-8.
Okay.
They don't intermingle anymore.
Got it.
So we took that off of their plates. They are responsible for refs. They're responsible for schedules. They're responsible for being at the games. Some of them do coach. That's a separate supplement
Right.
and a separate responsibility. Some of the things that were listed on the responsibilities for that one person, we believe would then require us to reduce the supplement for those current people that are doing the middle school in K-8. I don't think that's the right thing to do. Because if you're going to take stress and time off of those people, you would have to reduce their supplement. And specifically, one of the responsibilities listed on that is not a requirement. You don't have to submit to the district office games or things of that nature. It works through the principal. Paul Abitonozzi does not keep track, does not keep record, does not need to know. They're not Florida High School Athletic Association sanctioned, so there's not a lot of those requirements, I's and T's and all of those things that need to be dotted and crossed. So we believe that our interscholastic coordinators at $1,000 each should be able to manage doing what they need to do for basically 2 sports, basketball and volleyball.
Okay.
Yeah. You can discuss that in caucus
Yeah,
if you want.
Right.
Okay, any other questions about supplements?
I'm going to get in my other folder now.
All right. Phyllis, we're going to do grievance. Okay, so one of the things I want to preface this with is, because you're going to see, I'm just going to let the cat out of the bag, you're going to see a lot of strike through and you're going to be like, well, why? So I'm going to tell you why. In the past 7 years, since 2015, we have had 17 grievances total. Not many.
Since when?
2015. So in 7 years, we've had 7 grievances. That could be about 2 a year.
7 or 17.
7 years, we've had 17 grievances. Yes.
Why was 2015 chosen? Just out of curiosity.
I think I said to Kathy, can you go back and take a look? And she just went to 2015.
Okay. All right.
So, I mean, again, it's why change language when there doesn't appear to be this massive, huge problem? So that's our come from. And so we're going to go through kind of what we agreed to. I'll let you know what we struck through. We agree that this should be procedural guidelines. We put back in number 6, but any grievance not advanced from one step to the next within the time limits of that step shall be deemed resolved by the administrator of the board's answer to the previous step. And the reason why was because we felt that if the employee doesn't move the item, the grievance along to the next step, they shouldn't just have unencumbered time to be able to not move forward. Because what it says is specified time limit shall permit the employee to lodge an appeal at the next step of this procedure. Any grievance not advanced from one step to the next within the time limits of that step shall be deemed resolved by the administrator of the board's answer to the previous step. So again, if that employee doesn't move things along within their time frame, it shouldn't be that they can kind of come back and and bring that back forever. And that was how we interpreted it. If you interpret it some other way, let us know. But that was our interpretation.
Kim?
So that, would that be the board as well, if the board doesn't respond? I guess what if the board fails or an administrator fails to respond to a grievance?
I mean, I would believe that based upon the logic within this timeframe, that unless we have come together and said, look, one of our board members has COVID or something's going on that we can't respond or we need, and we agree to the timelines, then it's always just kind of, I would say it would die.
But I guess my question would be
Mhm.
if Nigel doesn't respond to a level 1 grievance
Mhm.
within the time frame,
Mhm.
what happens?
The employee
It
has the
drops.
right to move to level 2. But if the employee, because it says, failure to any step of this procedure to communicate the decision on a grievance within the specific time limit shall permit the employee to lodge an appeal at the next step of this procedure. So then you would go to step 2. But if you don't, and you just let it go,
Correct.
Nigel
Okay.
never responded, then you can't come back 4 months later and say, well, Nigel never responded.
Absolutely.
I didn't know what to do.
Gotcha.
You needed to lodge an appeal at the next step of the procedure.
Gotcha.
That's
Okay.
where we're coming from. Okay, number 10, grievances and answers regarding the grievance procedure shall not be placed in employee's permanent personnel file. That actually is against the Sunshine Law and against public records requests. So we did check on this.
To do it or to not do it? Sorry.
To not do it.
Got it.
We are required to have them in the employee's personnel file. And if it's performance related, we follow the same practices that we follow with an evaluation. It has to be a year before it can go in there. But if it's just something regarding, I don't know, some kind of procedures, PLCs, somebody has an issue with planning time, those are items that could certainly go into the personnel file before a year has passed. Okay.
Got it.
We felt like we didn't need to put in here, no reprisals of any kind shall be taken against any party. We don't believe that at any time you felt that that has happened or has occurred. That's not we don't retaliate. And then we didn't really understand why we would have to put together a memorandum of understanding that's got to be signed by the grievant when there's going to be documents already completed and letters that are already written between the grievant and the employee with copies provided to the association once a grievance is settled. And so we weren't sure why we needed to put together a memorandum of understanding for something like that when the normal course of action would provide documentation. We were okay with a grievance may be withdrawn at any level, but the same grievance may not be filed a second time. In number 1, we just added where you put in name and signature of the grievant or the association. We just qualified that in the event of a class action.
Mhm.
We were okay with themselves. We reviewed chapter 447 and it says an officer of the association shall be provided an opportunity to be present at any meeting. And then we put back in step 2. And the reason why is we know that you wanted just the verbal in step 1 or in the informal. And then you wanted the administrator or supervisor to put something in writing. And then you kind of wanted step 2 to become step 1. And so our belief is that the informal should really be informal. It should be a conversation. It should be a discussion. The administrator should verbally tell the employee what their decision is. But we want, if that employee feels strongly enough that they need to file a grievance, we want them to go back to the administrator and give that administrator an opportunity to review what they write, review what's in the contract, and have an opportunity to reassess what they have said. And then it will come to us and then we can read what that administrator has said. So we think that there's an opportunity here for that administrator to rethink, are you really sure that you can't fix this or that this is something that you can't take care of at the school level? Okay. Anything else here? Okay, so we disagreed with taking out the items that you put back in or that you struck through. We disagreed with taking out the items that you struck through, annual probationary, extra duty, and employee evaluations. In the informal process, we were okay with the information that you put in that the grievance shall advise the supervisor of the section of the agreement. We appreciate that. We took, and so in the informal, the reason why we took out the agreement may be accompanied by the association is not because we don't think they should be accompanied by the association. We felt like it was repetitive because up in, where did I just read it? Up in number 1, it says that the association shall be provided an opportunity to be present at any meeting. So no matter what, we shouldn't be. Go ahead.
Can you go back to explaining to me why, I heard you say it, but now it's just catching back. An
Okay.
officer of the association shall be provided.
We read that in chapter 447.
Okay.
So if you go back and look in chapter 447 about when the association can be present, those were the words that it's specific. I'm sorry, I'm looking at my Dagudas because I had him do this research for me.
Okay.
Those were the words that they used. And if you need me to tell you kind of where,
Oh,
you can
no,
find that in
that's fine.
caucus.
That's
That's not a
okay.
problem. So I didn't want you to think we were taking away the right for the association to be present.
I'm
We
following
just
you.
put it in there because it was, okay.
Okay.
But what we don't want is for the contract to tell our administrators when they can and can't have somebody present. Because it said if an association is present, then the principal or supervisor could bring somebody with them. So we took that out. We added back in the 10 days. You had struck through that and put 5. We feel like this day and age with COVID and that craziness, that putting in 5 probably isn't a good idea, and that we leave it at 10 so that we don't put ourselves into situations where somebody is out for 5 and then doesn't have time to come back and respond. Okay. So then I just took all of this and struck through it.
Well, we're not doing the answer in writing. You want it to be verbal.
Correct. So we put that back to the way that it was. Because again, this should be a verbal conversation, which it is today. Today, the informal is a verbal conversation.
Okay.
And then we want step 1 to be the step 1 where the employee takes the form to their supervisor or administrator. Okay. So what I did here was I struck through all of this and then put it back to the way that it was. And the reason why is, again, I go back to the data. Why are we making all of these changes if there really isn't a problem? If we've only had 17 and we're able to solve problems in-house, then why make these changes? And maybe you come back and you provide examples of why there need to be some of these changes, but as of right now.
So I would just say that the 17 are probably grievances that you've seen at the, not grievances that have been handled at the school level or the worksite level. 17 is probably what you've seen at the district level.
Correct.
So because I can tell you, Michelle and I could probably tell you that there have been numerous informals and level 1s, way more than 17
Okay.
over the course of since 2015.
So that means that they're being solved, and that's good. So why would we then need to go from informal straight to HR when you're saying that the informal and level 1 are working?
But I wanted to clarify that it's more than 17 grievances.
Okay.
A
But
lot more than
again,
17 grievances.
okay, but again, they're being solved by this process if they're only going informal step 1. Any other questions? Okay. We're going to continue moving. I'm going to go on to leave. Is this leave? No, this isn't leave. I'm sorry. I'm going to do professional employee authority and protection, Phyllis. That's 7. And Tammy, I'm not sure, I really know what the process is. I'm going to kind of look to you. I don't know if our position should have been just not to pass it back across. We are not going to put, we're not going to put our progressive discipline process in the contract. So I didn't know if the answer was to say we're not going to counter or to provide the counter to you. So I
would have been
provided
current
a counter. If we have to change our progressive discipline, we feel like it's a management right and it's not something that we need to come back and negotiate regarding what we do and what we don't do. No questions? Okay. Justin, you're so good tonight. I'm sure we can come back to grievance. Come back to the office. Okay.
I just prioritize.
Okay. All right. Now we're going to leave, Phyllis. Okay. Leave with pay. We absolutely agree with religious observance. And so we appreciate you bringing that forward, and we are in agreement. We actually put, since it's called religious observance, and we said any faith who is scheduled to work on observed religious holidays. And so we are okay with that. And we know that our principals, they work with employees that need to take off for Jewish holidays now, and we know that they'll work with our employees that need to take off for religious holidays.
Yeah, my question on A would be, we obviously we propose the religious observance, not just Jewish holidays. So we agree, obviously,
Mhm.
but you struck through shall.
We did, and the reason why is because the following leaves with pay may be granted. So I use personal leave as one that is probably one that gets unapproved the most. So I give the example of a Tuesday before Thanksgiving, and all of your teachers are off. Our principals need the ability to go to a teacher and say, I really can't approve this. We have nobody in the building. Or to be able to, and get to a point where they can allow so many off, first come, first ask, something of that nature. But that's why we wanted to say may. Again, it affects the safety and welfare of, we would never expect our principals to say no to something that has to do with a legality, somebody who's sick, military leave, something of that nature. But
Yeah, I mean, you and I both been to contract writing school, right? I mean, shall and may are different words. They have different meanings. And so this would imply that religious observance leave could be denied.
so
Not that it would be,
Correct.
but it could be.
So what I'm going to tell you is we will talk to our principals and we will discuss with them what this means. We don't have anybody, and I'm hoping that you don't either. We don't have principals calling us or employees calling us and saying it was not allowed to be off for a Jewish holiday. And we would hope that our principals will respect. So what I will say to you, and I'll say to Michelle and Tammy, is if you do have an employee reach out that is denied, then somebody needs to talk to Kathy so that we can let that principal know that this English has changed and that it's in there. Because the employee's going to make up the time. I mean, that's what it says, is the employee will make up the time. So.
Can I ask a question? I'm not quite sure so I go kind of along with what Justin's saying. I don't know if you can deny jury leave or military leave.
Correct.
So
That's what I
those are-
said, nothing illegal. We would certainly not deny something that legally required us to allow somebody to be there. But because, and again, it's not happening. So why are we concerned about something that's not happening?
Because we're in full book. And so
Yes,
we are
we're in
trying
full
to
book.
clean up
I get
language
that.
that potentially looks that it's permissive, that
Right.
hey, you may not get your military leave. Well, no, I actually will. And if you
Correct.
don't give it to me, there's gonna be a bigger problem. So
Correct.
it's permissive. So I understand what you're
No, I
saying.
wanted to draw your attention to number 6 on the next page. Professional employees of any faith who are scheduled to work on observed religious holidays may request in writing and shall be granted.
Right.
So we're covered.
Okay. And that would be the same.
And that was already in there.
Correct.
And is that the same in, I'm just curious if that, yeah, shall for military and jury.
Yeah, jury system would be great.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so we have a counter to bereavement. So instead of, you had put in the 250 miles from home and 250 closer to home and things of that nature, we decided to counter, and we will give 3 days of bereavement leave per contract year. The employee does still need to use their balance, their sick leave balance. That's, why they earn it and why they get leave, is to be able to take time off when unfortunate circumstances occur and they have to take time off. We used we struck through your definition of immediate family, and we put back in how it is already defined in the contract. And so we just stuck with, and so we believe that it includes everybody that you were trying to include in your definition, because it does say other close relative or member of their own household. So
Yeah, we were
we
just trying
just
to
wanted to
be,
be consistent.
we were trying to be unambiguous with that phrase right there at the
Correct.
end. So.
But I
all right.
spoke to Tricia to find out, when they're paying somebody, do they question if somebody says this is a member of my household, or how deep of a dive do they do? And really, our employees don't take advantage of this, and so it's
Right.
okay.
It needed to go up from 1, so we made movement.
Correct.
Okay.
And I have just one other question. If I have to take bereavement leave, is that sick leave it comes under, or is it personal leave?
Gosh, that's a good question, Tammy.
Because,
Right. Even though it's the same pod.
correct, but
it
I
gets
may already have
classified
used
different,
all
yeah.
6 of my personal days because I don't know, I went to a training, or I took vacation, or I took a
Very
mental
good
health
question.
day.
I'm going to text Tricia Thomas from here, if
Because-
that's okay with you.
If you're going to follow the law, going to a funeral is not,
Right.
you're not actually sick.
Charge. 2, 9, 7 attorneys, a funeral, and that uses time. Personnel. And if I've used 6, I'm sorry, I know, it's like watching paint dry, I'm so slow. Yes? Oh, yes, okay. So Gretchen's right. In number 1, it says you can use sick. Oh, Kristen's texting you that she has the answer to. Kristen has the answer.
So, if you look under sick leave, item 1, paragraph 2, this is the reason why we also changed the definition, because all of those deaths are qualifying reasons for an employee to be able to use their sick leave balance.
Okay. Good question, Tammy. I think we all learned something today.
We read.
Any other questions about bereavement, Justin?
Sorry. Section 1, paragraph 2. Where exactly are you pointing to?
Illness.
Sick leave may be more than because of, or because of illness or death of father, mother, brother, sister.
Got it.
So we just pulled that language and just included
Thank you.
it. If you have had employees at least sick leave.
Got it.
Okay.
I was reading over the word death, but I got it. So thank you. I guess we're on parental leave.
Okay, so we struck through that.
Yeah,
So
it's a
we
big
are-
deal. Would have been.
It was, I know. I appreciate the opportunity to be the first in the state of Florida to offer this. But But not to be joking. I mean, I really want to tell you that we did look at this. We did take this into consideration. We do have some other adjustments to one of the items that I will be passing across next that will hopefully help with some of this. But wanted to remind people that, number one, if they have a family member that works for the district, the family member can give sick leave to one another. So I'll use my mother. I was fortunate. She was a teacher. And so she gave me some time when I had my kids. Also, we offer short-term disability, although that doesn't apply to the spouse or the father of the child. Short-term disability does protect maternity leave if somebody has purchased that up to 60% of pay. So if somebody exhausts all of their leave, they do have the opportunity for, now that doesn't cover, obviously, adoption, but we do have leave in here without pay where somebody can take child rearing leave when they're adopting a child. They can be off for a year, and the parent of a newborn, that's in number 3. And then I'm going to provide some language in the voluntary sick leave pool that also might help.
If you can keep it on in the conversation,
Mhm.
I think that people would flock here for that. But keep just,
Absolutely,
Well-
keep it on our radar.
yeah, it's a big deal. Could be.
Okay. Article 19. This is voluntary sick leave bank and voluntary sick leave pool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, Tammy may have already stolen my thunder. We did pass this across to support staff because this bank is all of us together. It suggests that it's SJEA, it's administrative. So I'm going to talk about the bank first. Now, you know that for the bank, in order to be eligible for the bank, the committee has to determine that you are catastrophic. And so
Yes.
what we did was on page 2, under eligibility, we struck through that after somebody has expended all of their sick and annual or compensatory leave, that they then have to go unpaid for 7 continuous work days. We know at one time that was 10, and then we moved it down to 7. And I looked in the statute. I can't find anywhere where it says they have to go without pay. We think it's just mean. And so we're willing to strike through that piece. The reason why it says effective January 20th of 2022 is because we only have one person. So we haven't had anybody. And when I wrote this, it was January. We were finishing up January, but we haven't had anybody until just now that has gotten a sick leave bank. So the new rules will be able to apply.
The new rules would apply to that one person.
Correct.
Okay. And then nobody would be left out.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. So now we're going to go to the voluntary sick leave pool. So now, the voluntary sick leave pool is, yes, if someone I work with is having a baby and they need time, I can absolutely give them sick leave time. I can give them up to 3 days per contract year. I can't exhaust all of my time. There is a minimum that I need to hold on. We do that to kind of protect those employees that are good souls that say yes to everybody and then forget to save time for themselves. But we also had in here that the person who was receiving the donated time had to be on leave without pay for 10 work days. And so we're going to strike through that. We did also put in here effective January 20th of 2022, no leave without pay is required. And the question is, why did we pick that date? Well, it's going to be very hard for us if somebody used sick leave that was donated from somebody in September. We've given them all of that time. In order to go back and make up those 10 days of unpaid leave, they're going to have to go to their friends and ask for more time. That puts them in a very difficult position to be able to go back and ask. So what we said was we'll just change it, start a date and time and move forward. I will tell you, we've only had about 14 individuals this year that have needed donated time.
All right. And under miscellaneous, that's just to align with the change.
Yep.
The strike through. All right.
You know how many average, I'm just curious, average that
Per year?
per year?
Ooh, I don't, but I can find that out. That's a good question. Uh-huh.
Just in general.
So you want to know the average number of days that somebody gets or the average number of people
who
that get it?
request Or like, that need,
Okay.
Not me.
like, wells, I don't know, when you're on like wells.
Or
My
if you
car
have
insurance.
expired.
My car insurance.
Yeah. All right. External employee assessments. Oh, Melinda's here. Hi, Melinda, where are you? Hi, Melinda. Hi, Cynthia. So Melinda's going to help us if we have questions with the evaluation piece. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Is Appendix A next?
Appendix A is
Okay,
next.
good.
20. Do you have 20? Oh, sorry. Uh-oh. Okay, go back in your email, because Susie made copies. All right, so. There it is. Oh, this is the last item. What's it, like 4:45? Okay. Professional employee assessment. So we struck through all of the definitions because these are statutory definitions. These are in statute. We did not feel that we needed to define these items, or if they did need to be defined, we didn't necessarily feel like the assessment was the place to put them. Maybe they needed to be somewhere else in the contract where you define your members or something of that nature. So I tried to put our changes in blue to kind of tell you what was different. So we decided to change teacher performance score observable to now instructional practice score. We're trying to use the nomenclature that you all are, the teachers, I shouldn't say you, the instructional personnel are used to. So number one, we struck through the language that you added about requesting a different evaluator. We struck through the evaluator shall be trained in the board approved evaluation tool, not because that's not happening, but because that's what we need to do as an administrator, is to ensure that our employees are trained. We struck through that the evaluator can only mark up to 5 observable elements per observation. And so if you have specific questions about that, I'll defer to Melinda.
What number you just talked, you're on 3?
I just did 2. Now I'm going to
Okay.
3. So you said all observations shall be scheduled in advance with the teacher. And so we kind of quantified it and put all teachers will be given a 2-week window in advance of when observations will take place. So that, again, our principals also know kind of what a time frame should be. We were in agreement that the teacher can request a pre-observation and or a post-observation conference with their evaluator. We also were in agreement about we actually kind of tightened that up a little bit because you wanted mutual agreement by the evaluator and the teacher before an observation the day before these specific areas. So we put in, there shall be no observations conducted the day before winter break, spring break, or Thanksgiving break unless requested by the teacher. So in case the teacher is doing something that pertains to winter or Thanksgiving or spring break, and they want the principal to come in and, hey, you might want to come in and see this, great. But other than that, we're going to ask our principals not to conduct observations during the day before those times. Okay. Let's see. We struck out shall. We put evaluator should provide timely feedback within 5. So again, we quantified this within 5 work days, but no later than 10 work days following any observation that is entered into the evaluation system. And then we were okay with back here with the employee again responding within 5 days and finalizing the observation within 10. We took out the piece about assigning the score before below applying, and we put back the original language and then included monitoring will be ongoing. We also took out, because we had some good discussion about number 6, about non-supplemented extracurricular activities and non-participation in voluntary activities that take place outside of the 7.5-hour workday cannot be used as part of the evaluation process. So here's some of the open and honest conversation is, as an administrator myself or as a supervisor, you do tend to lean on those people that are willing to help and willing to go above and beyond. And in many instances, that's what makes them so important to the school, helps the school run better. I mean, when you hire a high school, you're a high school teacher, and they have seniors. In many instances, the principal would expect that teacher to come and celebrate the graduation of their students, and then that teacher doesn't choose to come. And so why would that not be something that's kind of factored into the evaluation as someone who is supporting the school in all
That specific
shape, and-
example?
Mhm. Well, I'm just trying to think
Yeah,
of,
it's unpaid.
I guess I'm trying to think of.
Graduation is not a paid event.
Okay,
You go to it voluntarily.
right,
To hold it against somebody that can't make it is unfair.
I have a second job.
right.
I'm a single parent.
But I think that, I think that those are things that are taken into consideration by the principal of, okay, Justin has a second job. I get it. He can't come to or, Justin's been teaching these great kids all year long. They're seniors. They adore him. They love him. And he doesn't want to come to watch these kids finish their degree and help out at the graduation because he's not.
This is part of the problem, Kathy, is that it becomes an expectation when it's an unpaid voluntary thing to go to, graduation in particular.
Right.
I think people should go, but they don't have to, that's one example.
Sure.
If there's extracurricular activities that are non-supplemented, that is a volunteer. That's what they're doing. And to hold that against them in their teacher evaluation is just not right.
I'm listening.
I mean, I don't know how else to say it. I don't want to drone on. It's just not right. While we're on it, can I go back? I can wait for you to finish. but
Okay.
Go ahead.
Each employee will receive the instructional practice score of their annual evaluation at least 6 weeks prior to last day for school for teachers. We were in agreement with that. We struck through number 10. We agree with number 11 in the sense that all professional employees shall have electronic access to the board-approved evaluation criteria within the first 15 working days. And then we struck out the next part, but we did put in training will be available for all instructional personnel new to the evaluation process prior to their first observation on the board-approved evaluation system. So we will make sure that we work with our principals that before they get their first observation, that they have the ability to receive training. I'm looking at Melinda to make sure I'm saying this right. And we didn't want to put in 30 contract days because we weren't sure if that would be prior or after.
Okay, so all professional employees shall have electronic access to the board-approved evaluation criteria within the first 15 working days, period.
Period.
But you mean of within 15 days of hire? What do you mean?
So when you start your actual start date, I start on, I get hired now and I start tomorrow. I start on,
So it's within 15 days of hire
Right.
date.
yeah, but what I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to look into the audience and look at Melinda, it's my understanding that when somebody gets hired and they get their employee number,
They have
it
access.
automatically turns on. So you should, yes, Melinda shaking. So we shouldn't find that there's anybody that really walks in the door
Okay.
that doesn't have access to it. And if we do, then we need to know about it.
Okay.
Okay. We struck through all of your changes to number 13. We struck through 16, 17, and 18. I will tell you what you want me to pass A now and then come back? Are they simultaneous? Because what we did was we're asking that the committee go to 6 members of SJEA and 6 members of management, because we feel like 18 people on a committee might be a bit too many. You can certainly counter on that. That's not a problem. But we were trying to make it a little more, now that they're, the request is to make them more structured, would be to maybe have a group that is a little smaller in nature.
I don't disagree personally, but the team will talk about it.
Yep.
I mean, I have a problem with the strike throughs there at 16 because that's, we keep saying the committee has to do work. A lot of strike throughs that you pass across, the committee has to do work. But this is what's led to the problem because the committee meets and what happens is that the district provides updates and receives feedback that's ambiguous on the evaluation system. That's what happens, and it's not collaborative. And so our wording makes it collaborative. You have 2 co-chairs. Anything that affects the final score should be discussed. I don't see why that's such an issue. If we're going to lean on committees for information, then let's give the committees some teeth. Bolster is the word I keep coming back to. Bolster the committee process if we're going to keep pointing to it. But what happens, and this is, it's been reported, and from people I trust, and I've experienced it. We sit there and we get the update, and that's what we want to end.
Right.
Our wording ends that. And so, yeah, we can get to Appendix A. I have a question before we go on.
Yep.
Back to page 1, number
Melinda.
1.
Are you okay if I bring Melinda to the table?
Sure.
Okay. Melinda, can you come and join us at the table for a moment?
I only have one question. I don't know what everybody else has, but
Okay.
I only have one. Page 1A1. If an instructional employee requests, they shall be evaluated by a different evaluator. This should only occur after receiving feedback and after discussion with the current evaluator. And we thought that was pretty fair, right? So I have a comment. I'm going to come out and say it ahead of time. If the district believes that inter-rater reliability is achievable, this should be no problem. This is not an issue. It shouldn't be an issue to have another evaluator. If inter-rater reliability is a real thing, then the 2 evaluators can meet and say, I saw this, you saw this, we are in agreement or we are different.
Okay.
So that one sticks out as no reason to say no to that one.
Okay.
But that's all I have other than the relationship to Appendix A. So.
All right. And you certainly can counter with that. I can tell you feel
Yes.
strongly, so you could definitely.
Yes,
counter
that's a
with
big
that.
one. And I have the data. I'll share it with you. Over 40% of people do not have faith in that inter-rater reliability. And so if they have a problem with their evaluator, just like you and I could have a personal disagreement, and if you're my boss, I should be able to get an evaluation from another person. That's pretty fair. But it's not just me getting riled up over it. I don't personally have this issue, but I read the data and I know how to collect data and I know how to interpret it. And when you have that many people that don't believe in inter-rater reliability on our end, I have to address it. Okay. I represent them.
Of course. Okay.
All right.
Nothing specific. You're good. Yeah, you don't.
Unless you have,
Don't leave though. Don't leave yet.
Can I just ask, what is your reasoning behind striking out 13 and not if they're effective or highly effective and don't have any improvement plans or, why?
So we actually believe this is against the statute.
Okay.
In the statute, it specifically states that employees are to be reappointed by the superintendent. We also believe that there was additional language added to the statute, and I can find it while we're in caucus, that specifically is preventing school districts from putting language in here that this is professional services contract light. I'm just going to say it. It is really stating that you automatically get reappointed based upon this criteria, and we believe that the statute, when they took out professional services contracts, the ability to give professional services contract, we believe that they honed in language that said that we could not automatically reappoint employees. Okay. Good question. All right. Appendix A. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Hang in there, Chad. I'm getting there.
You're good. I have a long list of notes here.
everybody over here has a job.
Yes, I
Some
know.
jobs are on fire right now.
Yes, I know.
This is my big day.
So again, Rick, I'm going to tell you, I know we have all next week without negotiations. So you all set the time tonight. We'll stay as long as you want or as little as you want. I know that there's work to do. So
You know, I want to get as
Please.
much done as possible.
Yep. Okay, working conditions. So what we decided to do was we thought there needed to be
Working committees.
working committee. I'm sorry, not working conditions. Working committees was have a description, just as you were saying, about what committees, what are the responsibilities of committees that we both can refer to. So we put in committees established in this appendix are formed for the purpose of communication, collective inquiry, and collaboration between SJEA and SJCSD on specific topics as defined below. Each committee shall, with input from members representing both SJEA and SJCSD, establish a process for setting meeting norms, determining roles, whether there's going to be a facilitator, a record keeper, a timekeeper, establishing meeting agendas, setting meeting dates, and establishing means for committee consensus. So let me tell you, the reason why we took out this Robert's Rules of Order for the whole thing is because I'm talking to Kristen Bozeman, specifically for the Associate Teachers Committee. It's very comfortable. It's very collaborative. They talk. They're not voting on anything necessarily. They're not, she felt like to put in Robert's Rules of Order would take away from the atmosphere that she has created in that committee. Now, with that being said, with this now in here, the next time she has a meeting, she'll need to review this and say, are we okay the way that this committee has been working, or do we feel that it needs to be more formalized? Does somebody need to be a reporter? Does somebody want to be a facilitator? Do we need a timekeeper? And if collectively they say, no, we're fine with the way things are, then it should be able to run that way. But again, if you meet with the EEE committee, because that's the committee that keeps coming up, and it feels like this needs to have 2 chairs, a minutes taker, a timekeeper, and Robert's Rules of Order, then it should. We're not saying that it shouldn't.
Yeah.
We just think that group should determine.
Okay.
Same thing with differentiated pay. If they work like a well-oiled machine together, we want them to continue to move that way.
So who decides? That's my question. Who decides?
The committee together, the group will decide.
Through what process, though? Several of us want there to be a chair and Robert's rules.
Right?
Okay. Some people don't think that's necessary. Some people do. How do we come to an agreement here?
I think it should be majority, majority rules. And my hope is that it wouldn't be,
Well, that would be Robert's rules.
come on, Justin. I mean, really, I think that we're all
It
adults.
is.
But we're all adults. I think people in a room could sit there and say, okay, the teachers feel like we need to do Robert's Rules of Order. Let's do it. Let's see if it works. Let's do it.
Okay. Kathy,
Or
we think that we should do Robert's Rules of Order.
for every single
No,
committee.
we'll specify them. We'll specify the ones. We'll specify the ones that will waive
But I
it, and we'll
think-
specify the ones
But
that
I
will
think
use
the
it.
people on the committee should get to be the ones that make that decision.
Well, the committee doesn't negotiate Appendix A, we do. So
Right. but
that's what we're going to
appendix-
counter with. I'm just telling you.
Okay. All right.
I understand, I hear you. Some committees don't need it.
Mm-mm.
Some committees do. Let's just spell it out. Anything else on here?
So, let me see, supplement committee. Nope, we put in that that the committee will meet a minimum of once a year, because that was not in there, so we made sure that that was in there. Oh, staff development council, we struck through that. We don't believe that that's something that is still in place. Or still
Staff
occurs.
development. So you're eliminating one that we didn't catch?
Correct.
Okay.
And that's it.
And you did add up to 3 on calendar. In blue?
Oh, yes, okay, so thank you, Tammy. So the reason why we changed that is we believe that it was conflicting language. Thank you. Page 41 of the contract that talks about the calendar committee says, oh yeah, the association shall select 3 additional teachers to serve on the calendar committee. So we made it 3. It's said 2 in there for a long time, and it said 3 over here for a long time, and we just made it 3.
Got it. Nice catch.
Okay, that was it?
Didn't we propose, okay, and supplements? So you agree to call them factors and all of that, okay?
Yes,
All right,
yes. Yep,
all right.
okay. I am going to pass across future teachers. So we have passed this across before. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And, to close the book on that, we have 70 to 90 associate teachers, somewhere in there. Am I right?
Not currently
Is it 90?
working, but
A
yes.
little bit higher than that. Okay, 100. Okay,
It's around 9.
right. But the evaluation system affects 3,000. So there is a difference in these committees. And I don't know, I just wanted to point out that there's a reason why we hone in on certain ones.
Yes, no, I
That's
would
all.
agree with that, but I would also say it's not one size fits all.
I don't disagree with that in principle, but we can spell it out. Okay,
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay, so we currently have an agreement with our students that come through our teacher academy. That is at St. Augustine High School, and I believe we now have a second one at
Creekside.
Creekside. Oh, next year is Ponte Okay, that's great. So again, what we want to do is we want to entice these students to come back here and work for the St. Johns County School District. We would love for them to come. We know that they know the area, they know the community, hopefully have, friends and family that are still here. And so bless you. So this is our request. So our request is that these students who obtain a minimum of a bachelor's degree from an accredited educational institution and are eligible for Florida Department of Education certificate will have the opportunity to. And so the other pieces, 1, 2, 3, 4, we don't believe are actually negotiable things. They're items that we'll give them an interview, that we're going to provide assistance with in building their resume. We're going to help them if they need to submit an application. We'll make sure that we help them. But what we would like to do is any student from the academy that gains employment in St. Johns County School District will receive a bonus of $500 during their first year of employment to be paid in March of the current school year. So we want to make sure that they work and then they would be paid. And then there's specific requirements for the graduate in order to be eligible for this. They get a copy, Mr. Forson signs it, Kathy Hutchins signs it. So we'd like for you all to talk about whether or not you would be in agreement that in order to incentivize these students to come back, that we would give them $500. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to jump ahead. I was going to do new and teacher induction and beachside, but those have to do with your counters. So let me just do diff pay. Since you did put in there that you wanted the committee to come back to you.
Right.
So we're going to go ahead and honor that request. Okay?
So this is the MOU that resulted from the recent diff pay
Yes. And I'm going
committee
to give,
meeting.
am I giving this out too? Yep. Okay. Perfect. Okay. And so I'll have Kathy actually 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll actually have Kathy touch and speak to this.
Can you share this one?
Yeah, kind of. Everybody had to say so. So
Yeah.
Seven.
No, I got the
if
report.
Michelle wants to come up, she can certainly come up. She was part of the committee, so. Come on, Michelle, I never heard you be shy before.
We've been briefed, so
Okay,
if
so
that
you've all
helps.
been briefed.
We've
That's
been
good.
briefed.
All right, so we did meet, we met back in, I think it was September, and since you have been briefed, you probably know of the critical shortage areas that we have determined, and those are determined based on data from the state as well as our own data when we look at the number of applicants on postings. And so when we look at applicants, many times what you see here are positions that have posted that get very few, and this year, none on the posting. So you can see we've identified hard to fill areas as speech and language pathologist, intensive reading, ASL, chemistry, physics. We included this year ESE/VE because we're having a hard time getting ESE teachers, and mathematics, algebra 2 and higher. And of course, the same individuals are being awarded the hard to fill area. We are awarding them, and again, they have to be teaching 50% or more in these positions, and they'll receive $450. We also said teachers who are teaching intensive reading. We know that some of our teachers are ELA teachers, and sometimes they're teaching 1 or 2 intensive. So we want to recognize them. If they teach 1 or 2 class periods, they'll receive $225. Moving on to the difficult teaching, we've identified teachers of self-contained ESE classrooms. Those include pre-K, IND, and EBD. We're going to award them $950. Those are very tough classes, a lot of behavior this year, a lot of going above and beyond to work with our kids, especially our kids who are coming in and have not been in school. So recognizing that. And then we again looked at our teachers. We looked at Title I, and we also looked at high poverty schools. And this year we decided to look at the benchmark of 30% or more schools with 30% or more just that are labeled 30% disadvantaged students.
Free and reduced lunch.
Well, I don't know that it's free. Yes, it is free and reduced.
That's the
That's usually
metric.
the
Gotcha.
metric, okay? So that included, I think it included all of our Title I schools, our 3 middle schools, Sebastian, Murray, and Gamble. And then we also included our 2 high schools, Pedro and St. Aug. And then it also includes alternative, St. John's Tech, and also transitions. So each of those teachers will receive $950. And we did note that if you are receiving the if you're at a Title I or high poverty school, you only receive this one award. You don't receive, again, if you teach a chemistry or ASL, the $950 supersedes, and that's the one-time award that you'll get. Okay, and then we did put in there the category, you have to start after any instructional employees in any category above who started after January 4 will receive 50% of the identified award because they're only working 50% of the year. Okay, and then instructional employees must be employed in the above identified position when the award is received. Okay, so they have to be currently employed with us when we receive And we talked about, we're getting those names now and getting them in the format. And we looked at a letter going out to our employees so they know when they get what that money is in their, paycheck. So we will send that letter out the first part of March with the award hopefully by the March 30th.
So the January 4th is the start of the second semester, right?
Correct.
Okay, so anybody hired before that is going to get 100%,
Yes.
and everybody hired
Yes.
after that's 50%.
Anybody who's left before that, well, we're not paying anybody who's left the district.
You don't want to track them down?
Just
My time's
logistical. I don't know if you need all the other people to sign. I think it would just be Justin and Kathy. I don't think you need,
It's fine.
I don't think you need
That's how
all
we
of
did
the
before.
others. Yeah, I know, but since we're kind of changing the process, I think just keeping it consistent with the two chief negotiators is probably appropriate.
And then we did give you that breakdown. So you can see.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So Justin, if I can get you to pass across yours, that will help me with the new teacher induction, those dates, and Beachside High School, those dates.
All right, Article 9 was something that we had discussed. You passed an opener, actually. So this really should say, these are all yours. Should say SJEA counter 1, but I think you opened this, right? Or did we we agreed to reopen it after?
Sorry.
I don't know.
I think I did open this.
Regardless, under F is what you had asked for, right?
Yes, for the
Okay, the associate teacher.
teachers.
Okay, so you had an ask. We're comfortable with that. We have an ask here too, and it arose from data we collected during our survey last year, and it has to do with moving. And it does happen, and I had to get educated on this too. It happens at the elementary level, more so than what I see. But the point of concern would be D. So what we're suggesting is that currently, if you get a new teaching assignment after the students have started, you get 1 day. And what we're suggesting is that there's an opportunity to get 2 days if certain criteria are met. So let's walk through it. Wherever the regular teaching assignment and or previously assigned classroom of a professional employee is to be changed after the first day for students of the current school year, written notification shall be given to the employee at least 5 days prior. The employee shall receive at least 1 day of duty-free planning to prepare.
And that's already in there, right?
Correct.
Yep, that's,
Okay.
we're already
Well, we're
doing that.
adding
Right.
the change of classroom here.
Okay.
So that's for change of subject area grade level. The employee shall receive at least 1 day of duty-free planning to prepare for a change of previously assigned classroom or location. So if both scenarios apply, the employee would get 2 duty-free planning days, 1 to get ready to prep the subject area / grade level, and 1 to move the room.
Is this happening?
Apparently. I don't have prevalence rates or anything.
Sure.
I just know that it's happening. And if it doesn't happen often, then hopefully it wouldn't be a big deal to provide it in the event it
Okay.
does happen. So do you understand the intent?
I do.
Okay.
The right thing to do.
Yes. And like I said, I had to learn a little bit about the elementary process because I don't teach elementary school, but to move an elementary school room is a very big deal.
Sure. If I move you from a classroom out to a portable, you need some time to move. I get that. Or
Right.
if I'm teaching kindergarten, you're going to move you to 3rd grade. There's
And then I thought about if I had to move my own room. Yeah, it's
Sure.
It's still a lot of work, you know.
Yeah.
Still a lot, and I'm not an elementary teacher. Elementary,
They got stuff.
It's
Bookshelves.
amplified.
They got stuff.
It's amplified. So it's not a tit for tat ask for an ask. I don't want you to take it that way.
Sure.
This did arise and we had the opportunity to address it.
Right.
So just to be upfront.
That's fine. I'm good.
Occasionally happens during school after like the 11-day one body count.
Okay.
I know it's happened where someone's had to actually change school in person. as
Right.
opposed to remote.
Correct, and that we knew, I think that's where like the initial language kind of came from, but now it seems to be happening in-house too. Okay, thank you.
You don't have SJES, do you?
No. No.
All right. Pre-planning, I think, so I'll preface before I pass. I think we can get there on pre-planning. I certainly hope so. I think the big ask was for 2 days, and I think we're there. We have a couple of what we see as improvements, and hopefully you see them that way too. So
Thank you.
here we go. All right, so I'm going to go right to the back and then come back to the front, okay?
Okay.
Because it won't make sense unless you look at the back.
Okay.
So one thing that we did was we added the days of the week. That is for clarity because these things get confusing.
Sure.
So we agree with, let's add the 2 days, okay? Okay, so our first day is no longer Wednesday, August 3rd. Our first day is Monday, August 1st.
Right.
If it is 2 back-to-back days of, of PD, that would be 3 hours, lunch 3 hours, the next day 3 hours, lunch 3 hours. We think it would be very helpful to use a portion of that for planning in order to process what you just learned. So if you go through a day and a half of training, now you have the afternoon to meet with your team to discuss, right? Or to implement. The word we used was to integrate the recently learned material. So again, okay with the 2 days. If we could carve out a section of it, it makes sense to be the last section. We don't actually know how you intend to carry out the in-service. So to us, this makes sense. To you, you may have a different insight.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
So Monday is all training,
Right,
right? It's just Tuesday, the second half
right.
is,
Let people process
Right.
what they just did instead of, we think it's more effective rather than let the weekend come, or rather, it's not a weekend, but rather than let the first day come and they never got to process right? Okay, so then Wednesday, we're good. Thursday, we're good. And we're okay with the 1 day split with the 5th and the 8th. Our data shows that teachers don't love the half days thing. So if you're willing to work with us here, we could do a full day of planning and a full day of PD. So it's still the same split, 1 and 1. It's just, it gets rid of the half days. And then the other thing that rose to a concern was on the meet the teacher. Sometimes there's an evening meet the teacher. If it is scheduled and attended by the teacher, we suggest that they get paid at their hourly rate. The meet the teacher normally referenced is in the morning during the normal workday, and that's an expectation that they're there. But if they do the evening one, if there is one, I don't have one, but if there is one, pay them. So that's really it. If you look back at the front side, if we just use the word largely there, because it would be now, of the 2 days, 75% of them would be PD. So largely, right? So all it does is reflect the counter proposal on the backside.
do you have any questions? Questions? Okay. All right.
And then, of course, the no counter to the, what's it called? Optional planning day. It becomes Friday. It
Right.
becomes the previous Friday.
Right, okay.
No questions?
No questions.
Okay. All right, substitute shortage.
Yes.
Okay. So I preface this one. This is a big deal. It's a big deal. It's not just a matter of what I hear, because sometimes I hear squeaky wheels or loud voices. I wouldn't call them squeaky wheels. sorry. But I hear loud voices,
Mhm.
right? I look for real data.
Right.
And this one is a big one. After pay, this is the one that we need to find a way,
Okay.
you and I, because this is big for a lot of reasons. Morale, morale, and morale. Okay? All three of those. Okay? So that's my preface. Let's get there. Let's find a way. Because you're not going to completely agree, but we need to find a way. Okay, so first of all, people have been doing this since August 16th. If we can figure out how to back it up to January 6th, we can figure out a way to back it up to August 16th. And actually, we feel like we've solved that problem. Okay? So logistically, we don't think it'll be an issue. Okay? Moving forward, we should clarify that these unfilled substitute assignments that are rotated are voluntary. Okay? Now, we understand that there's a little bit of wiggle room there at the elementary level. Where are you going to put the kids if I say no, right?
Mhm.
The kids are coming to my room, right? But the assignments generally should be considered voluntary, okay? If we need to clarify different levels, that's fine. Number two, and to be fair, that's specifically, no, let me move on. Number
Okay.
two, we agree with your proposal for the half day, full day. Half day equals 1 hour pay. We looked at the numbers in our proposal and we think it's the same amount of money, although the variation depending on larger school, smaller school might vary, but generally speaking, it's the same amount of money approximately. All right, so we have middle and high school, number 3, who volunteer to use their designated planning period shall be paid 1 hour at the teacher's hourly rate of pay. That was your counter, was to pay them an hour for covering a period, right? We agree with that. We do have a high school that's on block. It's not fair to them. So we suggest just scaling it to their schedule.
And remember, is it 75 minutes? What is
It's
block?
an hour and a half. It's 90 minutes instead of 45. It just as worded wouldn't be fair. So we need to make it equitable.
Okay.
All right, associate teachers, we agree. All we did was up to a half day,
Quantified sure.
up to 1 half day and over 1 half day, okay? All right, number 5. So we've had this happening a lot. And this is, these people are non-classroom instructional people have been helping out too. And we're just not prepared to leave them out, but we understand that it's not the exact same thing. So you came up with the elementary half day, full day, and associate teacher half day, full day, and we think that this fits that scenario the closest. So an ILC or a media specialist, let me give you an example. A media specialist works in the library and in the media center, and a class or classes are sent to him or her. Okay, it's not the exact same thing as leaving your planning period, covering a class, and having to do the planning later. We do see it as different. We see it as most similar to the elementary model that you proposed. So somebody in the gym, for example, has more classes sent to him. If it's for a half day, give him an hour. If it's for a full day, give him 2 hours. So this would apply to ILCs, school counselors.
And then resource, is that kind of what you're saying?
Resource, if they're an instructional person, but not a classroom instructional person, but they covered, we feel that they are most similar to the elementary and associate teacher proposals that you made.
Okay.
So far, so good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Kathy, can I ask?
Go for it.
Yeah, just a clarifying question. So basically what you're saying is any professional employee in the union.
No,
In the bargaining.
in the bargaining unit.
Right.
Yeah, I negotiate for all of them.
Right, exactly. You negotiate for all of them. So
Correct.
ILC media, all of what.
I agree.
You're covered by the CBA, you're eligible.
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
What's the, what?
just clarifying.
What did
We
you-
just want to make sure nobody's left out, that you
Right.
are including everybody in this.
Have I left somebody out?
Not if you include everybody. I mean,
Are you suggesting that we left somebody out is what I'm asking?
well, I'm just clarifying. I just want to make sure, I'm just clarifying.
Okay.
I'm not disagreeing.
Okay,
I'm just clarifying.
okay,
The intent
Mhm.
is to cover everyone.
right. And so what category do they fit? And so
Right.
we feel like the model established you'd be most agreeable to, right? Because you came up with it and we agree with that model, okay? All right, so then how do we deal with the retroactive form or the retroactive pay? We created a form. We feel like this works. I'll give you some rationale for it. You flip over, you got a retroactive tracking form. All right, and it can even be on the back of the MOU. It could stay that way. And people could look back at the MOU to be sure they understand what's going on. But this form is referenced in the MOU that we just passed and serves to document class coverage retroactively to August 16th, 2021. The signature of the employee and the principal or the designee, this could be an assistant principal at larger schools, constitute that the dates and times listed are accurate to the best of their collective knowledge. So here's the research that we did. At one school, it would be easy to go back to August 16th. At another school, we're not so sure, right? And we have 47 schools? 44 schools, right? So the best way forward, if you have those two very different scenarios, is to rely on the collective knowledge of the people involved. I know how many times I've covered, and I could go back and find the date, right? And present that to my principal or assistant principal, whoever is in charge of substitute coverage. They can verify through whatever their process could be, which might differ by school. The process itself might differ by school, but if we can trust our people to come up with the right number, document it, and turn it in. And then whatever process you want us to use moving forward, we'll use. But for retroactive payment, this would work, we believe. Questions?
So when you say that you would be able to do it, how do you know? Do you have an email or do you have?
No, it's everybody went this way
Right.
and everybody came back.
Right.
What did you find out? Found out that at this school, it would be easy.
No,
And then everything in between.
You said you, Justin, would be able to, if you would be able to fill out this form. and
Oh,
be
I
able
would
to
have
tell us.
emails,
How
but
would
that's
you
the way
know?
my school does it.
That
I would
was-
have emails.
That was just my question.
Gotcha.
I wanted to know how you would know.
I would have
So you would
emails.
have emails that you could print out and attach to this that
Right.
would support that you have those students.
But
in
at
your
other
class.
schools, they would be done via text message, and that could be
And in some schools, it was done in the heat of the
Verbally.
moment, and it's like, you take
Yes.
5, you take 5, you take 5, and it
Yes.
may not be able to be
yes.
tracked.
And
Okay.
we just don't believe that this would not lead to fraud. This is not something that people are going to try to take advantage of. This is something to reward people for everybody pitching in, and it is everybody. It truly is. The media specialists, the teachers who work in the gym, right? It's everybody, not just teachers with planning periods.
And I think that, hold everyone to your pillars of character. And that we should trust that our employees are going to do what's right. You got trustworthy, respect, responsibility. So I think, that gets said a lot in meetings all the time, is that we hold our employees to the pillars of character.
We think this should be done
And
accurately.
I do not believe that you're going to have employees that are going to try to take advantage. Everyone's been giving for 2 years, a lot.
Okay. Questions? Other questions?
No? I don't have any questions. Do you have any questions?
I can't, I just want to impress again, that might seem different than what you expected coming back. But this one is very, 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 very important. That's all I have.
Okay. So I'm not going to pass new teacher induction or beachside until I go through your counter on the
Pre-planning,
pre-planning.
got it.
Because I want to make sure that we have dates in order and things of that nature.
I mean, do you want us to be, well, we have plenty of work to do. That's all right.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, do you want us to be thinking about something in particular, but we got work.
Okay.
Um,
Oh, shoot, I have one more.
go
Sorry.
ahead.
This is just the, so now that we have pay for performance, we have the selection of salary status form that gets sent out to grandfathered employees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Tell you that earlier.
2.
Well, don't you want to actually change it before we TA it?
It just has, there's nothing that has to change out of it except for take off the date. But you want you want that.
So is the date gonna be replaced or is
No,
there
there's
gonna be
no
no
date that would
date?
be on it because if this is a 3-year contract, the date would change every year. This is just a placeholder of a membership form. We can talk about it.
What's the extras?
All right,
Okay.
so this is just an update to the date.
It is. So every year that we have had pay for performance, HR will send this form, email this form, and the list of everybody on the grandfathered salary schedule to the secretary of the school. We ask that they get this form to all of those teachers. They fill it out and they let us know if they would like to remain on the grandfathered salary schedule. And I can see where there's a date that needs to be changed. So never mind, I'll email one to you, but hold on to it. It needs to say 21, 22. Phyllis, do you have the?
Under grandfathered status?
Yep.
All right.
Sorry.
It's further
So-
down.
Yeah, if you'll go down to right there. Yep.
You have to go to, you have to
I
go to
have to go to the
C19.
first part. So,
You have to go to C19, Phyllis. Go over left
Go to
to
yes.
C19. There you go. Now click on the word yes. There you go. That's all right.
little Excel lesson. Patient like a teacher. So, but anyway, so we would like these back by Friday, March 25th. And thinking that if we have to change anybody, we can get that done so that everybody's where they need to be for when we can kind of get people paid.
So under the grandfathered, you're saying that this is their pay for next year, right?
No, this
Like-
is this year. They're choosing this year
To stay on the grandfathered.
or to go to pay for performance.
Okay.
So if somebody out there wants to get $924, they can come off of grandfathered status and go to pay for performance and go on an annual contract.
Wouldn't they have done that
We have to
in the
do it-
last year?
We do it every year, and last year there was no pay for performance because we didn't have,
Okay.
so we do it every year.
This form would be for this, like, once we decide on a salary agreement, this is for that particular.
Yes.
Which is an anomaly because of not having, right, this is a,
Okay. I just wanna
it's
make
not
sure I
normally
understand.
how it works.
Yes.
Right. That's
normally you would
that's what
have-
Morgan's catching on to.
No, because you all have asked that I pass this across after people know what pay for performance is. Because we tried that before, doing it the year before, and the counter
Okay.
was,
Okay. No.
our
I remember.
They
employees
should be
want
able to
know
choose.
Yeah.
what their pay
Yeah.
for, what
No,
the
that
pay
makes
for
sense.
performance is before so now that we kind of have an idea of what's happening.
Yep.
So
We
then
thought it
once
was-
they change their status, then it'd be retroactive. Like-
Yes.
Like our people.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand that correctly.
Okay, that was it. Right, caucus.
3 hours.
At least an hour, for sure.
An hour. or
Okay.
Check in.
Sounds good. Right. You have the room, but we're starting to
Okay, thanks. So I have several TAs and an MOU. So this is the MOU for retirees. So we agree to that part of the compensation about retirees. So it's Jen.
Yep, one for
Okay.
Jen.
Jen. It gets so confusing. Kathy. How many of these did you put here? You have your one.
Mhm.
Got it.
I'm Phyllis.
There's yours. Sorry, Phyllis, come back.
It's okay.
You want to note what I'm holding until
Yes,
2
that
weeks
would
from
be
now?
great.
Okay, holding 7, 5, 20, Appendix A.
Okay.
You had the word, do you have the one with the written, with the wording?
I didn't write it on the actual thing. So we didn't get-
Okay, all right, okay,
Are you holding another one?
no.
Okay.
Well, we're going to talk about compensation.
Okay.
Okay, so TAs, here's 12, which is vacancies. You want the whole stack at once, or how?
Sure, go for it.
All right, so that's 12. This is 17 supplements. That's the big one. Sick pool and sick bank.
Mhm.
There you go. That's
19.
19. And leave provisions 11. We meet in 2 weeks, right?
We do.
The 2nd of March.
Yes. And we're the first.
Yes, ma'am.
And Phyllis, we're back here on the 2nd. And we're at transportation on the 1st.
Thank you.
One more comment. right, I don't have like an official counter, but do you want to grab, or do you want to just follow what I'm talking about with the compensation?
Okay.
16. Page 2.
Okay. Gretchen, I need yours. Oh, thank you. Okay, go. Page 2.
Okay. So I don't have anything to pass. We just want to talk. I think we can get there. That's the good news. I think we can get there. So we don't have to get there tonight. We can get there in 2 weeks. It's fine with us. Our sticking point right now is the 2% people, because there's a group of several hundred that would get 900 approximately dollars. And
So
so,
it's
yeah.
135?
Well, I think you're talking about the chart that
Yes.
Gretchen passed over.
Yes.
So I think that is the number
Mhm.
of people. Let's see if we can work through this together.
Yes, so it's 107 in the classroom teacher pool and 19 in the non-classroom teacher pool. So
Right.
not several hundred, 135, right? 125, sorry.
Okay. When we look at the spreadsheet,
Mhm.
we've got 342. We might be
Okay,
talking
go
two
ahead.
different groups here.
Okay,
We're talking about people who would not get 1,500. Instead would get something less than that.
it should be the same number, but
No,
let's.
because it's the in between 900 and 1,500.
Okay,
The 342 would include those people in
okay,
addition to the ones that you've marked that were under the 2%.
okay.
Do you see what I'm talking
Mhm.
about? Okay. If we can get those people to 1,500,
Mhm.
we're there.
Okay, so we need you to counter.
Mhm.
Okay.
If that's your counter, I need you to counter.
Okay. So how would you like to, if you look at the second page,
Mhm.
look at the blue part under C, okay? Instructional personnel with the exception of associate teachers whose base salary is currently over 47,000. That next phrase is there by mistake, we believe.
Mm-mm.
If you're over 47.5, the 2% rule doesn't apply. And you fall into one of these groups anyway.
No.
Okay, tell me more.
Okay. So if you look let's go back to last year.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go back to the basics. So if you look last year, we had the exact same language. Last year, it was 4C, instructional personnel with the exception of associate teachers whose base salary is currently over 45,535 and who did not receive a 2% increase as defined in B of the section will receive a set amount of $1,000 added to their base salary. And then they also received a $600 bonus. Okay, so what this is saying is, okay, we have a group of people who are going to go from 45,535 to 47,500.
Right.
Okay, and then there's all these people in between that are also going to move to 47,500. Okay,
Correct.
Okay,
So
so-
just to talk
Go ahead.
numbers, it's with classroom and non-classroom combined, we believe that's 1,255 people that will be getting the $1,965, the full difference.
okay,
Now, that has probably changed since the spreadsheet was
Sure.
produced, but
okay. Tell me how many you have?
1,255. But you've had new hires since then, so
Oh, okay.
it's not an exact.
So, correct. We
That
did
would
say
be-
it's a little more.
Right.
Because on ours, we had 1,542 and 151. Okay, so that's classroom teachers to 47.5 and non-classroom teachers to 47.5. Then you have your second group of people. So whose increase to 47.5 is not equal to a raise of at least 2%. So if you make 47,000 and to go to 47.5, it's $500.
And that's
We
not
then
2%.
bump you
Right.
up so that $500 plus X
Okay.
equals 2%. So that's group 2.
Okay.
And group 3 are the people who don't fall into any of that category. So far, they are not getting any raise whatsoever based upon those 2 categories. Because right now it's you move to 47.5 or you move to 47.5 and we give you a little bit to get you to 2%. And that takes away, and there's this group here. It's this group here that this piece applies to.
Okay.
So your counter, this is just me believing.
I
and
want to
so-
see how do you want
yes.
me to word it.
So,
Go ahead.
so I'm not going to tell you how to word your counter. What I'm going to tell you is that your counter applies to, because it sounds like your concern is with B,
Yes,
okay?
that is correct.
All right. And so I believe that that is where your ask lies, is with B.
Yes. Okay. So the way to say that, we believe, is that we would get rid of the 2% language. This is what we've been working on.
Mhm.
And just say that the raise will be at least
Oh, it's all of us.
1,500.
It's all of- I'm sorry, Justin.
That's an Amber Alert.
It's all of us.
I'm the
It's
guy who
everybody.
turned his off, apparently.
Yeah.
Levity. So if we got rid of the 2% language in B and we just said that if it's not, that the raise to 47.5 will be at least $1,500, then we would have to, I think that does it. I think that does it. There's nothing in the blue section that we would have to then address,
We did ask to scratch.
that there are people who that would apply to.
This is you, right?
Yes,
This is.
we're trying to get to a
I get
deal
it. No, I
tonight.
get it.
All right. And so
get
what
it.
we want to say, what we mean to say. Instructional personnel, with the exception of associate teachers whose increase to 47.5 is not equal to a raise of at least $1,500, will receive a raise of $1,500 to their base salary. So we don't need to reference 2% in 1B because everyone would be at least 2%. Like, and the law is satisfied, the TSIA 2% law.
The argument is that those who are getting 2%, that's only $900, whereas everyone else in the language that you've created is getting at least $1,500.
Right. So we want to
So we're
include
trying
them
to include that so that everyone is getting at least $1,500.
without leaving anyone out. Right. We're trying to be inclusive using the language that you provided. So now we just need to look at instructional personnel, with the exception of associate teachers, this is the first part of the blue section, whose base salary is currently over 47.5,
That's the part we were looking at.
will receive at least one of the following. Why would that not work?
Because I think C needs to be, because again, it's your 3 categories of people. I think you need to have,
This is actually C.
A.
Okay.
you need to have B. Yes, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Yes,
That's all right, go
that
ahead.
is C. So, I mean, I think it needs to be instructional personnel, with the exception of associate teachers whose base salary is currently over 47.5 and did not receive
At least
at least a
$1,500.
$1,500 increase as defined in B of this section, will receive a set amount added to their base salary as defined below.
Okay. Give us 10 minutes
Yeah,
and we'll write our
look
counter.
at it. Okay, because I don't want to,
No,
again, I
that's
don't
what I
want
wanted to know. I wanted to
Okay.
see.
I
Sorry.
just wanted to make sure it didn't have this, because the people at 47.5 don't have to satisfy the 2% because they're already.
Our number
over
satisfies it.
47.5. Yeah, that's.
correct,
I
but
think
we're
on the
going to
same
check
page.
behind you and make sure
Yeah,
that it does.
And we still have to work through the entry schedule.
Right.
Right. So we think we can once we have these numbers, but
Correct, because then what I would need to do is plug everything into a spreadsheet and try and figure out what everybody will now be.
right.
And then look at this salary schedule, and you too, I don't just mean me, but you
No,
guys
we're going to do
too.
the same thing.
And then look at it and try and make sure that nobody leapfrogs.
Okay. So I'm
anybody else.
going to ask you if you don't mind making a note. I can send you an email if you want, but I need the latest spreadsheet because the one I'm
Yes.
working with is from
Yes.
September.
not a
Okay.
problem. Okay.
So now that we're close to a number,
Mhm.
we'll get to work on the on the entry schedule. Give us 10 minutes to write our counter.
Okay.
You can
That's
stay
it.
here if you want.
A dumb question maybe. But once you meet the intent of the law, 47.5, then the rules change.
Yes.
You can develop your salaries can look completely different. You don't have to do 2% or you wouldn't have to do whatever, correct?
There
I'm
is
correct.
one stipulation.
Right.
That's the 75% rule.
Right.
Correct.
Yes, I get that.
Yeah.
Correct. Isn't that nice?
That was lovely.
Okay.
But yes, once we hit 47.5,
Then
things are
It is a
now
different set of
It
rules.
is.
it's a different set of rules.
Correct.
All right. We'll write our counter that matches the language in the proposal that you have here.
Okay.
We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Are you leaving or staying?
We're gonna go in there, we're gonna look up some
Okay,
stuff.
then we'll work here.
Okay.
I'll text you. No, there's a 75% rule now.
Correct.
Ready to write? We need a clean one. Who's got a
I
clean
don't
one?
have a clean one.
Anybody got clean?
No. Oh, I don't have, Michelle may have clean. Do you have clean?
Okay, so the last piece of business for us tonight that we have, and I believe that you're done with business, correct? You don't have anything else?
Correct.
All right, so the last thing then would be our counter to compensation to capture those people that we don't want to see getting only $900. So we want the floor of the raise to be $1,500. And then if there is a performance evaluation, they would get performance pay. So the only exception to performance pay would be if they're new this year and didn't have, right? And don't have an evaluation.
Or they didn't work.
Or
Last
they didn't,
year.
okay.
They were on a leave of
Correct.
absence, they took COVID leave or something like that, they won't have.
They don't have an evaluation from last year. So other than that, the floor of the base raise would be $1,500, and we believe we've captured that. So it's in gray. We only printed the page that we changed. So in 1B, instead of saying not equal to at least 2%, we're going to say not equal to at least 1,500 will receive a raise of 1,500 to their base salary.
Okay, and your belief was that was how many people? I'm sorry.
342
342.
at classroom and non-classroom
Right.
combined. Okay, and then we just made the same change in C, the intro to the new C, which is instead of 2% increase, the reference is 1,500.
Okay.
Whose base is currently over 47.5 and did not receive a $1,500 raise. Okay, so we believe that they would fall into one of those groups.
Correct.
Unless we're mistaken. You agree with that in concept?
No, I would agree with that in concept because you reiterated what was in B.
Right?
And so, yes.
Okay. I don't think there's anything else to say. I think that's a counter.
I do not have any questions. I'm going to look to my right. Gretchen, any questions?
We
Okay.
estimated the cost, but
Okay.
you're going to have a better number, 200,000. So
Okay.
please don't.
It's late. It's 12
Estimate,
o'clock.
okay.
I get it. Okay. All right, so we are not going to counter tonight.
Okay.
We're going to need to do some math, and we obviously need to have some conversations. But I feel like we did at least make progress tonight.
Oh,
So
if that's
thank
not
you.
progress, I don't know what is.
It was good
Yeah.
progress tonight. So thank you all very much for all your hard work. And we will see you on the 2nd.
We'll see you. It's 2 weeks from today.
Yes.
And we're going to do 5 again, not 5:30, right?
Yes,
5 o'clock.
Yes.
Here.
Here.
In 2 weeks.
correct.
All right.
Okay.
Have a good holiday weekend. All right.
Going audio on.
All right.